Good morning, everybody. Before we get started, if I can have Representative Johnson lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance.
Okay, thank you for that. Welcome to transportation, everybody. Sorry we're a couple of minutes late, but the beginning of another crazy day. That being said, being 10:07, I'll open the public hearing on House Bill 1549, establishing that titles, bills of sale, and identification documents are required only at initial registration or transfer of ownership. Chair recognizes Representative McFarland, prime sponsor. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Representative McFarland. I'm from Grafton 18. And this bill, it's fixing a narrow but real problem in our current law. The RSA 261-148, it lists ownership and identification documents without ever stating that they're required only at initial registration or transfer of ownership. Because a permit is issued when the vehicle is registered, including at renewal, that silence has created uncertainty and confusion on the practice across towns. The department trains the clerks on one practice. The statute, I'm looking for it to say plainly what the rest of the chapter already assumes, that ownership is established once and it's not reproven every year. The bill preserves all of the fraud prevention safeguards at the point where they matter. When a vehicle is first entering the system, when it's changing hands, while clarifying that a prior registration to the same owner is sufficient for renewal. It makes the process more reasonable for real people. When a vehicle owner is deployed, is ill, is traveling, or is working out of state, a spouse or a family member should be able to renew a registration without unnecessary paperwork that was already provided years ago. It's a clarification bill. It's not a policy shift. It improves consistency. It respects the clerk's discretions, and I believe that it reduces friction for our constituents. And so for those reasons, I respectfully ask this committee to find the bill ought to pass. I won't take up more of your time, but I'm happy to yield to questions.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. Though I, generally speaking, agree with most of what you've just said there, and overall understand the clarification that we're trying to accomplish with this bill. The bit that I have some question or confusion about is with respect to the personal recognizance line that is being added. That is new, and I'm curious, particularly in the context of the various types of things where the state requires proof of identity and where personal recognizance is generally allowed or is being prohibited, how you feel this should that be consistent across the state, and do you feel that this is the right way to do it?
Understood. So there's a few things I think baked into your question, and I'll answer the last part first, which is, do I think it should be consistent? No, I don't. And I don't mean to say that it shouldn't be consistent in terms of the reason for it, the rationale for it. I'm saying that there are justifiably different circumstances that require different treatments. So let me first of all answer why I think that personal recognizance is appropriate here. Clerks already know many residents personally, especially in small towns. In many cases, they can look out the window and see what vehicle is being driven. They're already being offered other documentary evidence that they are associated with that vehicle, like here is the prior registration document and so forth. And so what we're doing is we're codifying discretion. We're allowing them to exercise that responsibly in an individual one-on-one interaction rather than forcing unnecessary ID checks where the identity is not in doubt. Now, as a counterpoint, if you look at voting, where we have said, yes, you're going to provide the documents. First of all, it's not a one-on-one interaction. There is peer pressure. If you have a room of people and the clerk's like, oh, I'm sure I know that chap. Oh, yeah, of course, it's personal recognizance. That's one issue. Another issue is you're not dealing with a one-on-one circumstance and having time to look at the other elements and consider things, or if need be, look up your records and whatever your approach may be to verify the person. You are dealing with a stream of people, you're dealing with many people, and there is liable to be confusion. And then I think finally, I would say to you, as I said a few moments ago with regard to this, in this case, there's all kinds of other ways in which that can be assessed. The final point that I would make is we're not trying to categorically and unambiguously ascertain the identity of the person anyway. That's the whole point, right? We want to do that when the title changes hands, when the ownership changes. If I'm away or if I'm sick in bed and I want my wife to be able to renew the car registration, why shouldn't she? Right? So hopefully that answers your question.
Any further questions from the committee? Representative Hamblin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, being here. Just a point of clarification. So are you worried about any type of fraud or, for example, people with the same name as far as son being named after the father, or et cetera, where one can, say, say, I'm going to sell this car, even though it's my father's car. We got the same name. I'll just sign my name, and I won't have to worry about.
Okay, so I think, first of all, no, I'm not worried about that. And the reason is that proof of ownership and identification are still required. Documentary detail is required at initial registration and upon transfer of ownership. And that is when the fraud risk actually exists. Annual renewals are not changing the ownership. And moreover, I mean, I'm not sure that it's relevant, that same last name and so on and so forth, because again, the ownership is not transferring. But if I interpret your question to mean what happens if somebody steals a vehicle and continues to operate that vehicle, but is good enough to say, well, you know what, I've got a stolen vehicle, but it's time to renew the registration, I'm going to go and renew it. In that case, the ownership is not changing again. The law enforcement and the DMV systems are not changing, and stolen vehicles are flagged without regard to the renewal paperwork.
Representative Geisen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Representative McFarland. So when we talked about this several months ago, it was kind of like a housekeeping bill, and you need the title when you transfer with the bill of sale, etc. Now, interpreting it that some municipalities think that you need to reprove at every renewal, I had not heard that portion of it, but I guess I just lost my question. I'm sorry. Would you agree that that's the case?
Well, I would definitely agree that the whole point of this bill is to make things clearer, right? If the law really intended people to go and reprove ownership every single year, it would say so. And unfortunately, in this statute, it doesn't say that. I can walk you through the language. I can talk to you about, what it does say, what it doesn't say. But the bottom line is that this 261-148, it lists ownership and identification documents without ever stating that they're required only at initial registration or transfer of ownership. And because permits are issued at renewal as well, the statute can be read to require repeated documentation. And I think what we don't want to persist is a circumstance where clerks who are trying to be scrupulous and diligent are subject to confusion when they compare the statute with the guidance from the department.
I remembered, if you'll indulge me.
I guess that means you'd like a follow-up.
Yes, please.
Follow-up.
All right, so this is also in reference to only state of New Hampshire titles, because when you buy a car, you have to retitle it in the state of New Hampshire, which means that title is already state record.
Yeah.
So there is no record change at that point. So would you agree that the clerk should be able to reference the title that they have a copy of that's on record at the state without having to have you bring in a physical copy?
I would agree.
Representative Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And following up on a prior question, I'll call your attention to page 1, lines 27 through 30 of the bill as written, and your comments that, a spouse should be able to handle the renewal and not need ID to do so. the ID requirement and the personal recognizance is explicitly required at the time of initial registration or transfer of ownership, not renewal. And that is the time where I believe that there's perhaps not significantly, but increased risk and increased challenges there. And I would ask you, do you still believe that those challenges, the ID situation is not an issue, given that it is actually at the time where the transfer of ownership is being documented, not
Yeah.
at renewal?
I take your point, and I think that the distinction you're drawing is correct. In my opinion, I think that this is sufficient. However, if the committee feels that the language should be further clarified to distinguish those two use cases, I'd be happy to assist with any amendment that you might want to consider.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next up, Chair recognizes Jennifer O'Leary from the Department of Motor Vehicles, not taking a position on the bill. Good morning. If I can get a pink card reflecting that, that would be great.
I believe both names are on there.
Oh, they are.
We're all
Sorry.
named
Sorry about
Jennifer.
that.
No, that's fine.
I stand corrected.
It's a prerequisite to work at the DMV. Good morning. My name's Jennifer O'Leary, and I am the Registration Bureau Administrator with the Division of Motor Vehicles.
And my name is Jennifer Gorner. I'm the Title Bureau Administrator with the DMV.
And as stated, we do not take a position on this bill, but we did want to provide some clarifying testimony today. So you are correct, Representative Miller, that the bill is specific to initial registration and transfer of ownership, which is the ideal crucial time to document who the owner is. Our title applications do require that a driver's license number or non-driver's ID number is placed right on there. That lets us know who was present at the time. If you or someone you know is not able to be present, whether it be at initial registration or for a renewal, you can send someone on your behalf with a simple letter stating that you're giving them permission to process this registration, this title application, this renewal. If signatures are required at the time of the transaction, then it would just have to be a simple limited power of attorney, which you can write up yourself and provide that, and that would give your family member or your neighbor the ability to go in. We take renewals through mail transactions at our town and cities. We take them through online processing. No ID is collected at those times. Information submitted to the town clerk. The town clerk processes accordingly and then sends that registration and stickers to the customer through the mail at the address that's on record with us. If somebody, according to paragraph 4 in RSA 261-148, it does state that nothing needs to be provided to the town clerk at the time of renewal. They have access to that information in the system, and they can go ahead and process that renewal. It's my understanding that we've covered these bases. These protections are in place for the customer. If a father does have the same name as a son, which is a really great question, very valid situations. We run into this all the time. The town clerk will often choose the incorrect individual and put them on there. They're able to correct that by having that ID in front of them to set up that initial title and registration.
And I just wanted to highlight the fact that with title applications, they are expected to be fully prepared in SAFC 1903. On the title application itself, it does have a field that requires that ID be printed on it. The only reason why I'm highlighting this is the fact that in this proposed legislation, it does state at the time of initial registration, transfer of ownership, but it also says B, personal recognizance. So I'm not sure if that initial transaction will allow for that personal recognizance.
Questions from the committee? Representative Vale.
That leads into my question about, thank you for taking my question. Leads into my question about the interface that the clerks use when they're entering the information. Does that field allow them to bypass the field, or how would they handle it if somebody comes in without an ID and they do personal attestation, they don't have a number to put in that field?
That field does allow to indicate if it's a mail a transaction received in the mail or one done online. I will tell you, for an initial registration or an initial title application, it does require that you collect the ID information or put, no ID available, mail transaction. If somebody else is going in place of you with the correct documentation that we do retain for the record, then that person's ID is recorded. And then if we look back, if there are any discrepancies, if there are questions that come into play, or if there's suspected fraud, we're able to relate back to the ID of the individual who was standing in front of the clerk at the time of the transaction.
Representative Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. As presented, this bill seems to address primarily the challenge of folks being asked for additional or extraneous documentation during the renewal process of their registration. And from your comments here, it sounds like that would be a training issue more than a statutory issue. And I'm curious, do we need to change the law, or do we need to send an email to all the town clerks and say, hey, just FYI, please do this correctly?
Thank you for your question. It's my understanding from testimony that there hasn't been an issue and customers haven't been asked to provide ownership documentation during their renewal time, and that this was simply just making the language align with other laws to make it very specific that it's only needed at the initial time. I will tell you that paragraph 4 states, in the case of any vehicle, a certificate of registration to the same owner for current or previous registration period, the clerk may waive the requirements for a physical copy of the certificate of registration if the clerk has access to the electronic system of record and can verify the information of the current or previous registration period. That is specifically discussing renewals. The only thing that the town clerks will take is you walking in and saying, hey, Jane, Seth here. I'm going to go ahead and renew my registration. She recognizes you. You're giving her permission to access that information in the system. She verifies that these vehicles are the vehicles you want to renew. She processes it. She takes your payment, and she hands those registrations over to you. And she has noted that she recognizes you, and will even write down your ID number that she has access to in the system. But that's because she knows who you are. That's on a renewal. If you're walking in with a new, that's when you're going to provide proof of ownership. And that's only at time of transfer of ownership or acquiring a new vehicle.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the committee? I have one only because this situation just came up, actually with a committee member. Scenario, a new vehicle was purchased, actually it was secondhand, but new to them. And they were applying for title in both names. But only one of them could make it to get to the Department of Motor Vehicles, well, actually to the town to apply. Can you repeat what you said before on what the accepted protocol is for when somebody's not absent for a first-time title registration or application?
So if they're not present to be able to sign the application, one of two things can occur. If this is occurring at the town clerk's office, town can produce just the town portion only, not collect all fees. Release that application back to the owner so they can bring it back home and have the wife sign it. Or they can submit it with the one signature, and then the Title Bureau, upon examination, will notice that we're missing a signature and will suspend for that additional signature.
Okay, and I asked that only because that was, I guess as a matter of training again, maybe that's the angle we're looking at. That was not what they were told needed to happen at their particular town hall. They were told they had to be there in person with no exception, so. All right, thank you for that. Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. I have nobody else signed up to speak, so I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1549. We're a little behind. Give us a couple minutes to reset. being 10:29, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1551 relative to permanent vehicle registrations. I see one of the co-sponsors eagerly awaiting the introduction of this bill. Chair recognizes Representative Guyson.
I'm always eager. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For record, Representative Henry Guyson, Hillsborough 29th District, Goffstown, New Hampshire. So, House Bill 1551 is the beginning of a plan to establish permanent registrations for vehicles in the state of New Hampshire. The reason I say that it's a beginning of a plan is because it is not thoroughly shaked out, and I don't expect the bill as it's written to pass, and the amount of amendment that would have to go into it to give you a good product is significant. Now, the importance of having this conversation is we are losing registration business to several states that have permanent registration that allow it through the means of establishing a family trust. Our registration costs are significantly higher than some of our peer states, and this method gives somebody the means to get a permanent license plate that they don't have to renew as long as they own that vehicle. It also provides a method for out-of-state people to register within the state of New Hampshire to take that revenue into our highway fund through registrations. Unfortunately, what it does not provide is the method to do that or how to transfer at the higher rate if you buy different cars, etc. So as I said, there is some work that needs to be done, but the idea is important to have on the table here to discuss how to get supplemental highway funds from out of state and to figure out how to get beyond a 1-year mandatory registration.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. I have a quick question. You mentioned that people are registering vehicles out of state and choosing not to pay New Hampshire to do that. My understanding, and particularly going back to the debate on HB 649 last year about inspections, was that's not legal. Can you clarify how many people are doing that and how you think that that's appropriate given the requirement that when you live here, you have your vehicle registered here?
Thank you for the question. So I don't know that it is or is not legal. It may be not legal according to New Hampshire law, but trust law with a trust or with property in another state does allow for that. So certainly it's not the preferred method, which is one of the reasons that we were looking at this, is because we're aware that there is a loophole that has established and that we are losing revenue. And there's also the potential to pick up revenue.
Representative Pitaro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. The concept of this bill starts off with the segment of vehicles 11 years or older. Do I have that correct?
Yes, I didn't catch that. Thank you.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
Yeah, you missed it. I'm up here taking the hot seat for you. Grab a card, answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning. Did you say that this we can pick up revenue? Are you insinuating that somebody lives in another state could register their vehicle in New Hampshire, even though they live in another state? Maybe they have a second address in New Hampshire or something like that.
Thank you for the question. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. A large majority of trailers are registered in the state of Maine through business licenses or trust law, and that's for reasons. Maine has a permanent registration on trailers, and they're much less expensive. If we were to come up with a permanent registration process, then we could conceivably get revenue from other states, and that is part of what the intent of this bill is.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Yeah, I'm good. I was going to make a point about actually introducing a bill that is clearly unfinished business. And would have figured you've learned your lesson from last week, but next up, Chair recognizes Bob Scully, representing the New Hampshire Motor Transport Association. Not taking a position on the bill. Good morning, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Bob Scully, representing New Hampshire Motor Transport Association. Sounds like this bill has a lot of work to be done to it, but I just tell you, if you do move forward with this, particularly on the registration piece, you need to cut out commercial motor vehicles. We cannot be a part of this. There's a national compact called IRP, International Registration Plan, where the truckers sign up in their base state, and that base state distributes funds proportionally according to the miles driven in the other states, but is only for 1 year at a time. So if New Hampshire companies, trucking companies would not comply with that, then they might be no longer able to participate in IRP, and then they would have to file, assume they drive in 40 states, with each of those 40 states instead of New Hampshire. Happy to work if you do anything with this. And I'm very familiar with trailers being registered in Maine too. So I can work with this committee if you do move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking the question. Just a quick clarification. We just heard that people are registering trailers in Maine permanently, and to get around this annual registration fee. And now you're saying that's not what we should be allowing? Is it trailers are different than the cab or something else?
Trailers are different, but some trailers can be legally registered in Maine.
Okay.
If they have a physical location in the state of Maine, then they can legally register everything in that state if they want to. If you are just registered in New Hampshire 6 months and a day, then you're supposed to register your equipment here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Seeing none. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, sir. Next up, Chair recognizes Representative Granger in support of the bill. Good morning, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Sorry I was late. I was in exec session, but they're in a caucus now, so hopefully I can be quick. The intent of, when I was doing the car inspection bill, I got every single bit of mild complaint about the traffic system in my inbox, and I can't sponsor every single bill to solve every single problem, but the car registration fees came up excessively. Like, everybody complained about the car registration fees. As a general concept, if it is ever possible that our taxpayers aren't paying for something and someone else is paying for something, then if it is at all possible to do that, we should, right? So the general concept of this bill is that if there are people outside the state of New Hampshire that are happy to pay for car registration fees to fund everything that those car registration fees fund, which people seem to like, then we should maybe find a way to make it happen. I don't know if Representative Guyson mentioned Montana, but permanent vehicle registrations are possible in Montana. And there are a lot of people who register their vehicles in Montana, fancy sports cars, because they don't have a sales tax. We should have that revenue instead of them. If people want to register in Montana, why don't they register in New Hampshire instead? If we make it legally possible for them to register in New Hampshire, then there seems to be a market that'll do it here. And then we can pay for roads, and then we can not charge our citizens to pay for the roads. We can have someone else do it, and they'll be happy to pay it, right? If they're happy to pay it, then we should let them. So I'm available for questions otherwise.
Fair enough. Excuse me. Representative Hamplin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Rep, for being here. So you mentioned Montana, and I have heard that same thing. So does this bill mirror Montana, or does it make it so that those people who have their cars registered, they say, oh, well, now I want to come back to New Hampshire?
The goal is to be competitive. Montana inspired a lot of this, but so if let's say you're buying a new Ferrari LaFerrari, right? And that's an expensive car, but you live in a place with a sales tax, all right? So if you're buying like a $500,000 car and you hit with an 8% sales tax, that's some serious damage right there. So you can look at the options. You can establish a trust and go through the process of registering the car in Montana, and there's some expense involved there. Or if we're competitive and we rig the laws appropriately, maybe we can have them register in New Hampshire. So while I would like to draw. I think there's a lot of people in New Hampshire who register their stuff in Montana. I think a lot of those people would rather have live free or die on their license plates. And so it would be nice if we could woo some of those potential customers back to the state by competing with Montana.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. The fiscal note on this is exceptionally fun because it just says indeterminable across everything, partly because we don't know how many people would take advantage of this. Publicity, will they even know, et cetera. And I also understand your position that other people should pay for the cool stuff that we do and get to use. And I'm curious, given the requirement that it would only apply to vehicles 11 years old or older currently, and also that in the last year there were 120,000 plus new registrations and almost 556,000 renewals for vehicles that would fall within the parameters of this proposal. How many 11 plus year old Ferraris are going to be registered in New Hampshire that's going to offset the loss of 600 plus thousand registrations and renewals here? The math doesn't math, and so how do you reconcile that?
Thank you for your question. I would suggest studying it, and hopefully Representative Guyason's on board with it. I think that a bill is just a conversation until it's signed. And unlike other bills that I've sponsored where I needed to get them done right away, I think we can take some time and do it right. And so this is a proposed set of language, and there might be major problems with this specific set of language, but these are avenues of approach where we can look into this and say, hey, how do we save the taxpayer money in the long run? I'm willing to wait a couple years in order to do it and make sure that the language is right. The Senate has done similar things when it comes to fleet vehicles and things like that. There is interest in this, and maybe we just need to find the right language that makes everybody happy to make it happy, or make it happen. I'm perfect. I have no opposition to saying every vehicle is entitled to this, but then you have to worry about the pricing, right? So what price is the right price, right? So if let's say a typical vehicle is registered for 12 years. Or something like that, then you might want to just be like, well, if you do it all in bulk, we'll only charge you for 12 years or for 10 years or whatever. And, play with the numbers and figure out what actually ends up, generating revenue in a way that doesn't burden the people of New Hampshire and gets rid of an annoyance that they have every year where they have to go register their cars and then they yell about how expensive it was. And as an option.
Follow up?
For a bill that is
We're gonna kill it? Never mind.
admittedly going to be studied.
Never mind.
But if you really need one,
I can pick on it later.
okay. Any other questions from the committee? And I want to remember this forever. A bill is only a conversation until the final draft is done. Boy, am I going to remember that. Thank you very much for that. Representative Pitaro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. It's your understanding that with this bill, the concept of it being an 11-year-old vehicle and the concept of it being, in addition to the $50 permanent fee, paying 3 times the other fees, in concept, how do you feel about that? Is that the way to go, or?
I think that if it is something that in this concept, we need to step away from the notion that the people registering their vehicles are taxpayers, right? It applies to them, right? Because in New Hampshire, what is a tax ultimately? If you're paying it because you have to, then that's a tax. But if we set things up in such a way as it is attractive to people outside of the state, then a car registration user fee it'd be hard to say that that's a tax. Now, when it comes to people in the state, right, most of them are going to have to register and live by the rules that we set up. And so I think that anything that we do needs to be an option, right? Because if they prefer the old system, then the old system works, right? But if they're buying a car long term and they want to make sure that they have the registration set for a very long set of time, and they don't have any annual inspection requirement or anything like that might require them to do paperwork every year or do anything every year, then it makes sense to allow them to at least buy in bulk. Whether this specific set of years or numbers is perfect, I'm completely open into negotiations on all of it, as long as at the end of the day we have a proposal for the residents and voters of New Hampshire that saves them a bunch of headache and allows us to fund the highways that everyone really likes to drive on.
Just one last one for me, and I really am just curious, of all the people you said that were complaining about the registrations when you were going through the inspection bill, were they complaining about the cost? Did they understand the separation between the municipal fees versus the state fees?
Thank you for the question. Most of them probably didn't. But it's the cost and it's also the time, right? So if they're going to, they don't want to go to the town hall every year. And they also don't like how expensive it is. And some of the municipalities, my understanding is some of the municipalities are a little bit different than others in regards to exactly how much they charge. There's a lot of complaints about the registration fees and the amount of time. And so if you have to do it less frequently than that, and perhaps even less expensively while still being beneficial, then perhaps that's a way to go. So this is my attempt to solve that problem for them.
Thank you very much, sir. Something we've actually been looking at for a while. Anybody else from the committee?
Can I just clarify something that was just said? I apologize, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
go ahead, one more.
You just said that the rate varies for municipalities. You do recognize that that is mandated by statute, right?
Yes, I don't think they're on the up and up. Some of them, I think most of them are, but there are some towns where I've heard stories, and I don't know. Some of them are allegedly charging more than others. I don't know the answer on it. That's just what people are telling me.
We can look into that further. It's always
I will not be.
Well, no, but I was understood that there's a max they can charge, but they could charge less if they chose. That's always been my understanding. We can study that further. Again, folks, we're running behind. We have a bill that's already been admittedly recommended not to go anywhere other than a conversation. But if you want more questions, I certainly will accommodate. Representative Hamblin.
Thank you. Do we have somebody from the DMV
We
signed
do.
up?
We do.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much, sir.
Thanks for having me. I gotta go.
Last up, Chair recognizes Jennifer O'Leary from the Department of Motor Vehicles not taking a position on the bill. Thank you and welcome back.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. My name is Jennifer O'Leary, and I'm the Registration Bureau Administrator. We are not taking a position on this bill, and although all of these questions were really great questions, I did want to provide just a little bit of clarification and then answer any questions you all may have. The conversation surrounding the trailers that are registered in Maine has been happening for a number of years. We are not wrong that there needs to be a subcommittee and a further conversation. There was a bill that was submitted through the Senate last year in an attempt at the 11th hour to try and rectify this issue. My recommendation would be that you have someone from the New Hampshire Town Clerks Association attend this as well, because they are losing the majority of the revenue for those trailers and any vehicles that end up being registered in another state. I can state for the state of Maine, that is where we see a number of trailers. They offer up to a 10-year registration for these semi-trailers, and they just have to be titled in our jurisdiction. And then these companies will use a registration agent address, not even having a facility there, and they will give their revenue to the state of Maine. And the reason that this is done is because these units are traveling all over the US, and it is easier to have a 10-year registration than try and hunt that semi-trailer down and put a sticker on it every year. We understand why they're doing it. The way that this bill's written, there are a number of challenges. We are going to lose revenue if we go by this language, both for the state and for the municipalities. I would say that we should look at the language that was written in the Senate bill last year, try and incorporate this. As this stands right now, average vehicles on the road here in the Northeast are 10 and a half years. So an 11-year-old vehicle is going to be the minority in which is going to take on a permanent registration. And that's what I have to say. I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And again, for the committee, we really have been looking at this for about as long as we've been talking about window tint. It's been a long time. With as many bill versions too, I may add, but the challenge is the titling from out-of-state citizens. That's the one that seems to be one of the obstacles. Anyway, again, any questions from the committee? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. The situation you described with Maine trailers or registering trailers in Maine, is that legal with respect to the state of New Hampshire?
Thank you for your question. New Hampshire is a title only state. We don't require that you register here. If you opt to and meet the requirements in another jurisdiction to hold a registration out of state, especially if you're not going to be garaging here and it's going to be traveling interstate, then there's no way for us to mandate that you hold a registration here.
Thank you.
Go ahead. No, Representative Hamlin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. So my question was on the stickers. So never mind the trailers, but say on a car, the expensive car, they're going to register for a lifetime. Do we have lifetime stickers to go on the plates for that vehicle?
That we do not. That would be a system upgrade. There would be some technology changes that we would have to make that would require us to order additional inventory. And if this is an opt-in program, there's no way to prepare for who would take advantage of it. The comment was made that an 11-year-old Ferrari is not the one that's going to be holding a permanent registration here. And for the example that was used in registering the new expensive cars out in Montana, they're going to take Montana's fees, pay Montana's fees, and then operate the car here primarily. And those wouldn't, under this language, be the ones that are eligible for a permanent registration.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much. Having nobody else signed up to speak, wait a minute. Just let me make sure. Nope, seeing nobody else signed up to speak, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1551. A couple of minutes to reset, please. Okay, being 10:51, I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1698 relative to electronic credentials. Chair recognizes Representative Tom Mannion, who is prime sponsor. Good morning, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name's Tom Mannion. I'm representing Hillsborough 1, Pelham. So this bill came from a lot of constituents that had called me in a panic after we passed HB2, which incorporated Senate Bill 70, which was allowing individuals to have electronic credentials. A lot of these people misinterpreted this law to mean that we were going to move into a situation where we would start requiring these. So I wrote this bill here specifically to say nothing in this chapter shall be construed to require a person to obtain an electronic credential, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of paranoia, especially like after we went through in 2020, and you see other countries the way they had digital passports to digital IDs that they would literally tack on things like vaccination status and things like that were attached to your person, and you would actually be denied service in real time as they would update this in a back-end database. I personally am not a guy that's afraid of technology. I'm a software engineer by trade. I would probably take advantage of this program myself, but I have constituents that told me they don't have a smartphone. They do not have a email, so to speak, and they only call me. They only ever call me through a landline even, and they said that if they were ever compelled to do something like this, they could not function in day-to-day society. So that's the impetus of this bill, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, sir. Seems simple enough. Any questions from the committee? Representative Pitaro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. What is an electronic credential?
So what we passed in the SB last year, it was incorporated in HB2. So the idea here is that they could let's see if I have the text here. So you could be, you can have your either your ID or your driver's license on your mobile device, things like that, and it would hold the same force of a physical ID on your person. You can use it to scan anywhere you need. I personally am okay with that. Anything that makes my wallet smaller, I like, but I understand that there's a lot of fear with that.
One follow-up. Thank you. With you're saying that with the HB2 being passed, vocabulary like language that describes an electronic credential now exists in the law.
Yes, it is. As of 2025, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Miller.
Quick question for the chair. Do we have the DMV signed up to speak on this?
I do not at this point.
Okay. And then may I ask a question of the?
Sure.
Thank you. The text as it exists in 263A, which is the RSA defining these that came out of HB2 last year, explicitly says that if you're driving, you actually have to have the physical one still also. So keeping that in mind, and the understanding and adding in here, nothing shall be construed to require any business to accept an electronic credential. Does at least that portion of it effectively neuter the value of allowing digital IDs to be issued? If no one, I understand not requiring people to have them. I agree with that concept, but if no one has to accept them, what's the point of having them?
To me, as businesses that would be forward-thinking, perhaps would accept the business by choice. I don't like the idea of compelling them to accept something that a lot of people aren't going to have. I don't know what the adoption rate of something like this would be. I can't speak to that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody else? Representative Pitaro.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for dealing with me again.
No, it's all good.
When we're talking about electronic credentials, is it a scenario where somebody's taking a photograph with their phone of their ID, or is it a scenario where like some sort of vendors are out there and it's like intertwined with your Apple Wallet or cross-platform somehow?
The actual mechanism, I'm not 100%. So like I'm looking at how it's described here, and it's like the DMV is required to create a system for issuing electronic credentials. So I'm assuming it's a lot more than just taking a picture. It's a more official process than that.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
16. Next up, Chair recognizes Representative Wheeler, Jonah Wheeler. I am on the right bill. Yes, I am. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Walsh and friends and colleagues on the House Transportation Committee. I don't know if I've ever had the pleasure before you, and I get to watch you all the time. You get very interesting discussion, but it's a pleasure to actually be here in front of this great committee. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm here today. My name, for the record, is Representative Jonah Orion Wheeler, and I represent the towns of Peterborough and Sharon. And I'm here today as a co-sponsor of this piece of legislation in support of it. So as Representative Mannion mentioned, there is a significant amount of paranoia around the digitalization of identification in our world. But the one bit of pushback that I would have to Representative Mannion's testimony is it's a little bit more than just paranoia. So in the United Kingdom, Prime Minister Keir Starmer has moved forward and is continuing to move forward on a full digital identification program by which people won't be able to buy or sell, in his ideal version of this program, without use of the digital ID. So regardless of what other forms of identification an individual may have and may already have, they would like to, in the United Kingdom, move forward to a place where you're not able to participate in public life in any form whatsoever without the digital ID program. And this is occurring throughout our world. There are people like former Prime Minister Tony Blair who are working quite closely with people like the Prime Minister of Albania right now, Edi Rama, to move forward the complete digitalization of government through different artificial intelligence programs and the rest. I'm sure all of us saw the very viral clip this summer where Edi Rama presented the AI minister before the entire Parliament, at which point the Parliament resulted in throwing papers and trying to stop this minister from speaking using the time given to the elected representatives of that Parliament. So, Mr. Chairman, without getting too far into the weeds on this, I co-sponsored this piece of legislation because the digitalization of government, the digitalization of identification in our world is a 1984 Brave New World style of world that the majority of our citizens, including myself, refuse to believe in. And I am not going to, I will die on the hill of the digitalization of our world. I truly will. I am not a Luddite, but I'm also maybe not as supportive of technology as Mr. Mannion is. I am maybe somewhere in the middle. I believe that technology has its uses, but to digitalize everything risks the loss of our basic fundamental liberty as human beings. And I think we've already seen much of that occur with how digital our lives already are. None of our conversations are private. None of our interactions with other human beings are private. They are all data that has been given to the major tech companies. And so to give these people the ability to run our entire world via digital identification, I think would also be wrong. So I think this is a very simple clarification, which just says in the state of New Hampshire that we will not have these electronic identification cards. You can have them, but they will not be the be-all, end-all of what we do here in the state of New Hampshire, which is in-person, transparent, open, and honest in-person government. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to take any questions, but if I don't get any questions on my first day at transportation, I get an A+.
Oh, you're getting questions.
Uh-oh.
Representative
I never got an A+, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Wheeler, for taking my question. It's a sort of a two-parter, but we'll start with part one. Are you familiar with a company called Palantir?
I am brutally familiar with a company called Palantir.
Follow up. And would it be possible for you to give us a 30-second explanation of what that is?
I would
for the committee's edification.
I would be happy to, Mr. Sykes. So the company Palantir is, I don't want to get it wrong, but they do technology of all different sorts. So they run technological programs, including the programs that they have with their contracts with the CIA, NSA, and other three-letter agencies in our country. Using those contracts over the course of the last 20 years, they have built a digital database of each and every single one of us, our emotional, social, behavioral, any kind of data that you can think of yourself and more. They've got it in their database, and it's a very concerning thing. I mean, it's something that could be flipped on a switch in a very dangerous way to create a world of the likes of which the authoritarians of the 20th century would weep tears of envy at the power by which the authoritarians of the 21st century have. So to make it as quick as I can, it's a company which is trying to subvert the liberty of all citizens of this country through technological means for money.
Did you ever think we were going to be fixing the world's problem with
Right?
this bill?
In transportation, you know.
Well, I actually expect that all the
Oh,
time.
okay.
Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, and thank you. I'm way back in time with this stuff, so it's probably a easy question to answer, probably known to most. But if this digital stuff, can it not be hacked and changed by outside forces?
Oh, that's, I think, one of the most. So you say we're doing the best thing that we can as government. You know, we're all acting in the best interests. That's maybe true. Maybe these identifications are making it easier for government along some lines. You know, I don't want to ascribe malice to Prime Minister Starmer, although maybe in private I would. But the fact of the matter is, even if all the best actors and the best intentions go into digitalization of government and these kinds of programs, you're 100% right. The bad actors which do exist and are out there, we don't get to hear how much of our data has been stolen through different hacks and things like that, but it happens all the time, and there is no amount of digital security which will stop those hacks. And so putting all that data onto the cloud is opening up the entire data for all 330 million people, roughly, of the citizens of this country who have that data online. So you're absolutely right. Hacking is a concern.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So in terms of Palantir or Project Insight or Hydra, do you think that this is like trying to close the barn door after the horses are already out? Have we already gone too far digitally to really worry about this? Or do we have bigger problems to worry about than digital IDs?
That's a fantastic question, Representative Vayu. And I don't know if I have the answer to it. What I would say is, with AI, with technology, with all these things, there's no doubt that the horse has far and away left the barn and the door is wide open. But I think there are other animals in the barn still that closing the door would be worthwhile to keep them in. And it's always possible to wrangle a horse. There's cowboys for a reason. There's lassos for a reason. And I'd say that we are privileged to be able to have those lassos and things like that.
Representative Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Figured I'd jump in on this. So, in your experience, I'm not a historian, and I don't think you are, but can you think of any society that is clung to the old ways and stayed successful?
No, but I would say that that putting in guardrails and protections and regulation on technology is not keeping us from that progression. I believe in the progression of technology, but it's doing so in a way where the public sector ensures that all of the citizens under its protection, which the public's trust has been given to it, are protected. And so I guess I would say, when the planes were created, we didn't stop the planes, but we regulated them. And I think that's a similar thing to what we have to do with AI and these kinds of programs.
Thank you.
Seeing nobody else, I'll ask you a couple of questions. Would you believe I was kind of shocked to see this included in HB2 to begin with, but it wasn't enough to stop it. What would the prime sponsor and the co-sponsors feel if this were to turn into a repeal of the language that's in HB2 regarding electronic identifications? Okay.
I'm getting a nod and a thumbs up from the prime sponsor, and so I'd say, as a co-sponsor, I would be happy with that as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I would hope that we can get policy out of HB2 eventually. It's terrible. But
thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing nobody else signed up to speak on House Bill 1698, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Thank you all.
And a couple minutes to reset. We'll go into 1758 next. Okay, being 11:08, we're going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1758 relative to school bus driver certificates. And the chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Oppel from Grafton 9, obviously in support of the bill. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Transportation Committee. This is my first time before your committee, so I'm glad to be here. Although hopefully this is a far less weighty conversation than your previous bill. For the record, I'm Thomas Opel. I represent Grafton District 9, which includes the towns of Canaan, Dorchester, and Orange. Those three towns actually comprise 3/5 of the Mascoma Valley Regional School District, a 5-town district that is fairly sprawling and rural. It's at least 30 miles from one end of the district to the other, both east-west, north-south. And so, as such, bus routes and the availability of bus drivers can be a real serious issue. And it arose at the beginning of the school year last August, where there was a shortage of bus drivers, and routes had to be changed pretty close to the last minute. And obviously that created some disruption for not just students and parents, but also teachers and the district at large. I happened, thanks to our local newspaper, the Valley News, see a story regarding what was happening, and had a conversation with both our school superintendent and the who unfortunately was hoping to be here today, but there was apparently a pipe that burst, and so she's attending to that. But I also spoke to the chair of our school board, Tim Josephson, who is here today to testify. But there was a story in the Valley News basically explaining the problem that was happening with the shortage of drivers. And I noticed that there was a comment from a representative of the bus company, Butler Bus, regarding certification of bus drivers. And in the story, it said that if you are certified to drive a bus in New Hampshire, Vermont says you're good to drive a bus in Vermont as well. They have reciprocity with New Hampshire. But the reverse is not true. So if you're certified to drive a bus in Vermont, you still have to go through a certification process, which takes time and obviously costs money. And so one of the things that I did was, I didn't even realize this, but apparently the Department of Safety has a school bus agency within it. And so I spoke to some individuals there about trying to understand the differences between what Vermont requires for certification, what New Hampshire requires for certification. And to me and to the individual I was speaking with, it seemed we don't require any more than they do. They don't require, there's no big difference between certifications. So it seemed like a relatively simple fix. And the individual who was speaking on behalf of Butler Bus Company basically said, look, if I can, if we've got a shortage, whether it's an emergent issue or it's a longer term issue, if I have drivers who are certified in Vermont and I can send them over to New Hampshire, it gives me, my company, more flexibility to resolve shortages. Obviously, you create a larger pool of drivers who are available, particularly for any school districts in the Connecticut River Valley, that close to the Vermont border. This bill only addresses Vermont and New Hampshire because as I was trying to do my research, I found that neither Maine nor Massachusetts have reciprocity with us on this issue. So I'm sorry for our friends in the South and on the East, but this could resolve a significant bus driver shortage for people in the Connecticut River Valley. There are other people who are going to testify who have more specific knowledge than I do, but I'm happy to try and answer any questions, and I'll apologize in advance. I'm substituting down in House elections today, and they're going through executive session, so I'll have to leave shortly. But
appreciate your hearing my testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. And before I open it up to questions in terms of specifics on the testing itself and certification process, we do have somebody from the DMV signed up. That being said, any questions from the committee? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick one to let you get back over to your other committee. As written here, amended, it says that the person will either pass the New Hampshire exam or provide proof of being certified to drive in the state of Vermont and receive from the Division of Special School Bus Driver certificate. So right now, as this is written, it sounds like someone who is certified to drive a bus in a school bus in New Hampshire would still have to apply for certified in Vermont would still have to apply for a New Hampshire school bus certificate, but that we would accept the existing credentials they have as proof of qualification. And if there's someone from the bus company here who can better answer that, I'll ask them this question instead of you. But is that the ideal goal, or are we excited to, or are we hoping to say, you have a school bus driver license from Vermont, you're cool here, we don't need extra paperwork?
I think the intent is simply, and I massaged that language with OLS in the process of getting this introduced. The intent was to require proof that you are certified in Vermont. So it wasn't just, hey, I'm good to drive in Vermont. Oh, okay. That you had to provide some proof that you were certified in Vermont. You didn't necessarily have to fill out a whole bunch of paperwork or go through the testing process in New Hampshire. You simply had to provide proof of your certification in Vermont. That's the intent.
Thank you. I think we'll fix it to make that what happens.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next up, Chair recognizes the Honorable Tim Johnson, representing the Muskoma Valley Regional School Board, in support of the bill. Looking for 3 minutes, but if you can help us out, sir, you don't need to take them all. Welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Honorable Tim Josephson, former member of this House for 2 terms, and currently serve as the chair of the Mascoma Valley Regional School Board. Representative Opel brought this idea to us, and we were thrilled because we have really struggled with trying to find bus drivers. As he said, we are one of the largest, we're a very large rural district, 30 miles from north to south, east to west, comprising 5 towns. We have tried to be competitive in our recruiting of bus companies, and when we go out to solicit bids with them, we've worked with Butler's Bus over a number of the years as our regular bus service. They've bid on our contracts. We've worked on them on increasing the amount of money we pay to drivers, all sorts of other incentives, training, signing bonus, things like that. It is still a huge challenge to attract bus drivers in our part of the state. Especially for such a small rural district like ours. We service between about 1,000 and 1,100 students. Right now, we started our school year down to 3 drivers. We had to double up several routes. We had another route that got fixed by the end of September. And only just now in January did we fix another route. We had high schoolers who were coming to school half hour, 45 minutes late, because of the way we had to do a double run of buses. This is all entirely because we just do not have drivers. They have, to Butler's credit, they've been really trying hard to attract new drivers and put the people through training. But we are right up against Vermont. Vermont is the longest border that New Hampshire shares. And, for towns in the Connecticut River Valley, I think this would be really, really helpful. The intent is to see that Vermont has reciprocity with us, then we should have, reciprocity with Vermont. They have mountains and hills up there. They're used to driving those same type of terrain as we have in our district. It would just be very helpful that our district is able to be flexible. Right now we still have a route of elementary schoolers that are doubled up. They're packed 3 to a seat. That run takes about an hour and a half to an hour 45 minutes to finish and to pick up. So we have elementary school students getting picked up at 6:05 in the morning, 6:10 in the morning. We have them getting dropped off at 4:30. The school ends at 3. They get dropped off at 4:30, 4:45, some of them. I mean, these are long times of the day for elementary school kids, and that's something that we really, I think, nobody wants to have. And so hopefully through this bill, Butler is able to, and other bus companies up and down the Connecticut River Valley would be able to have a little more flexibility in hiring drivers. Thank you. I'm happy to answer whatever questions I can.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Is this bus driver shortage limited to your area, or do we also have it in other parts of the state, like the south and the east?
I'm not sure. I can't speak to those parts of the state. I've heard that there is a statewide bus driver shortage. In talking to bus companies, that is something that has happened. It is just acutely aware in our district, so we deal with that in the Connecticut River Valley. Like it's very struggling, very big challenge. Also, in terms of bidding. The last time we went out to bid for a bus company contract, Butler's was the only one that would bid on us, just because of our remote location, and no other companies were interested in coming out to us.
Representative Pitaro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And if you went over this in your testimony, I apologize, but could you clarify the number of drivers your district has now and the ideal number that you would like to have to fully staff all the routes that you should have operationally?
Sure. The rep from Butler will be able to tell you exactly how many we have right now. And he's going to speak in a little bit. But right now, I believe we have 11 and 13 would be best. I know that last year we ran the entire year short a driver on our contract because our contract says, you will have like 13 runs, 13 different routes, and we were short the entire year on a route. So they credit us for that. But, we've had to make do with supplementing with our own vans by, using vans instead to go to some of the more remote houses that are kind of at the edges of our district. Doesn't require a bus certification. You can take, a smaller number of kids in those. And so they're able to get some drivers in there quicker. So we've had to adapt. So it has fluctuated based on whether they're driving a van or a bus.
Representative Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is the intent to share these drivers via scheduling issues or to poach them over?
The intent is to have them come and be thank you for the question. The intent is to have them come and be drivers in the district that can hire them. Something like this would allow flexibility because then a company like Butler, who has contracts in both Vermont and New Hampshire, can take a driver who might be licensed in Vermont, certified in Vermont, have them get their certification in New Hampshire and maybe substitute in New Hampshire if they need to. But the intent is to have them be regular drivers on our side of the river.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Chair recognizes David Frott. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Grafton 16. Enfield supports the bill, looking for a couple of minutes. That would be hugely helpful. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Members of the committee, I'm David Fracht. I represent Grafton 16, the town of Enfield. Enfield is 1/5, although the largest population member of the Mascoma School District, which you just heard from our board chair. I'm here to support the bill. I'm co-sponsor. And what I'd like to do today is to relate to members of the committee who are not familiar with the Upper Valley a couple of facts about it. The Upper Valley consists of about 23 towns from roughly Charlestown and Springfield, Vermont, up north to Bradford, Vermont, and Piermont, New Hampshire. The largest population centers are the town of Hartford, White River Junction, Lebanon, and Hanover. We are a community. The Upper Valley is a community somewhat distinct from the states that we actually belong to. We have two interstate school districts, the Dresden District, which is Hanover and Norwich, and the Rivendell District, which is Orford, Fairleigh, West Fairleigh, and Vershire in Vermont. We do a lot of things together as communities, and this bill would just make it a whole lot easier if our bus drivers could drive in both communities. Vermont lets them do it already. And it would be very helpful to our school district, and I suspect others, if a reciprocity agreement can be reached. So that would give the bus companies flexibilities to pull in drivers when needed, to assign drivers who are certified in Vermont to drive in New Hampshire on a permanent basis. It just makes sense. And this is a bipartisan bill, excuse me. I will take questions.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Last card I have on this. Chair recognizes Chris Burke, representing the Department of Motor Vehicles, not taking a position on the bill. Does have written testimony, seeking 5 minutes, but hopefully if you don't need it, that would be great.
No, that was overestimation, Mr. Chairman, so I hopefully will not take that much time. Thank you for having me today. I just wanted to give informational testimony today and happy to take any questions if there are any on the process to becoming a school bus driver here in the state of New Hampshire. Currently, the way the process works is a DSMV 126, which is a school bus roster, is submitted to our office here at the over at the DMV. We conduct a motor vehicle background check and a New Hampshire criminal background check on the individual. We then notify the company that they are clear to train them. Any new driver receives 10 hours of pre-service training. They then send in the backside of the same form, letting us know that the training has been completed. The individual is then rostered. They then take a 25-question test at the DMV. Then they are then issued a New Hampshire school bus certificate. Currently, that's how the process works. We process the applications the same day we receive them. There is no backlog, so there is no waiting. Realistically, an individual seeking a New Hampshire school bus certificate could have one in as little as a week, maybe less.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Sykes.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you, sir, for taking my question. Would I be right in assuming that the bill as proposed would not only help private enterprise in terms of bus companies, but would also help communities that run their own bus services in hiring drivers as well?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think it would be beneficial to them, although currently we have a lot of out-of-state drivers that drive here in New Hampshire, a lot from Vermont, a lot from Maine, a lot from Massachusetts, that have gone the traditional route with no issue. I think that this bill would help speed things up, definitely.
Representative Geisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. When I was reviewing this bill as one of the co-sponsors, Representative Uppel and I both looked to try to figure out if there was any disparity in the training programs of Vermont and New Hampshire, and we found that they very closely mirrored. Do you see from the DMV side any significant difference in the level of training that you think could present risk in New Hampshire?
Yeah. Thank you for the question, Representative. The only difference I have noted is the length of time for a new driver. Vermont, I believe, requires 8 hours, whereas we require 10. That was the only difference that I had noted. You're welcome.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Same question, but with respect to Massachusetts and Maine, are you aware?
I would have to do my research, Representative, so I apologize that I don't have those figures for you right now.
Thank you.
Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for taking my question. Is there, in driver education, when we have a student that has had 8 hours of driving with another state and they come to New Hampshire and they want to get their driver's license here, they're required to do the extra 2 hours. Would you require them to do the extra 2 hours since they are only 8 hours of training, you are 10? Or do you feel that 8 hours is enough?
That's a great question, Representative. It depends on the language of the bill, quite honestly. I mean, if the bill were to go forward as it is, we would just accept the training that they have already done. I don't think there's a situation where we would require them to do the 2 additional hours.
Anybody else? Representative Pitaro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In terms of the certificate for a school bus driver, is there a distinction or a separate certificate for, say, a bus driver for Greyhound or Peter Pan or something like that?
So this is only for school bus drivers. Anybody that's driving a school bus transporting students to and from school or school-related activities.
Follow up. So just to clarify, the recognition of the other states or lack thereof, those are for analogous certificates specifically to to school bus drivers.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Representative Veu?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. This would require the issuance of a New Hampshire certificate to somebody who's already licensed in Vermont. Is that a necessary step, or could we just say you have a Vermont license with a school bus endorsement, you're fine to drive here? What would be the requirement to get that certificate?
We would want to issue them the certificate because we would want to ensure that we're doing a background check on their motor vehicle record and their criminal record. We wouldn't want to just kind of rubber stamp it and say, well, you have the Vermont credential, you're good, you don't need to go through the background check process.
Anybody else? Seeing none.
Mr. Chairman, may I add one more thing?
Sure.
When I was doing some research, I know it has been mentioned several times during this hearing that there is a type of reciprocity that exists between us and the state of Vermont. When I reached out to the gentleman that does what I do for the state of Vermont, he informed me that if a New Hampshire school bus driver wanted to operate in the state of Vermont, they would have to complete the Vermont training and be issued the Vermont certificate, that reciprocity doesn't actually exist.
That's very interesting. I should have called on you first.
So I apologize to any, don't want to take the wind out of anybody's sails, but the email I got from him, that's what that indicated.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
I have nobody else, well, no, I see no other questions, so thank you again. You do have written testimony, you said? Or did we already?
Oh, no, sorry, I checked out the wrong box. Sorry.
Oh, okay. What were you intending to check off?
It was just informational, but there wasn't a box for that.
Okay. That being said, nobody else signed up. I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1758. Well, I know we're running a little bit behind for the non-germane amendment hearing, but we are taking a break anyway. So give us 5 or 10 to stretch our legs, and we will take up the public hearing on the non-germane amendment to House Bill 1560. All right, thank you for that short break. I'm going to open up the public hearing on a non-germane amendment to House Bill 1560, number being 2026-0422H, which again is a non-germane amendment to House Bill 1560 relative to annual motor vehicle inspection standards and reinstatement. Chair recognizes Representative Guyson for the introduction of the amendment. Morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Henry Geisen, Hillsborough 29th District, Goffstown, New Hampshire. So this amendment was designed to retain the intent of House Bill 649, which passed with a margin of 212 to 143. It's a pretty dramatic passage that took both parties to pass. What the amendment effectively does is it takes driving an uninspected vehicle or an expired inspection and reduces it to a secondary offense to reduce police encounters with the public by making it so that you can't pull somebody over expressly for a sticker violation. It reduces the fine when an offense occurs as a secondary offense. It states that this cannot be used to deny anybody insurance or to assign liability for unsafe equipment based on the sticker alone. It still authorizes for a forensic investigation for unsafe equipment at the point of an accident. If an accident occurs, it still allows liability on the driver, the operator, and the owner, making this an owner's responsibility, which was the intent of House Bill 649. And this continues to put all liability on the driver. We're here because of the lawsuit from Gordon Darby concerning the Clean Air Act. And while I disagree with the honorable judge's decision in that lawsuit, I'd like to point out a couple of specific things. One of them is the Clean Air Act under the executive rule, not under the legislative authority of the Clean Air Act, but under the executive rule-making authority is what the argument is over. So this should not fall under supremacy clause because this is not legislation that overwrites senior legislation. It actually is legislation that overwrites a rules interpretation. The other thing is, with regards to the lawsuit from Gordon Darby, they're a for-profit Kentucky-based company owned by a Swedish company who sells clean air without producing air. Their entire business model is to sell air inspection quality equipment to governments or through governments. They have no vested interest in the state of New Hampshire. We did legally terminate their contract with the amount of notice for them to, in turn, try to assign themselves a victim and go to federal court to sue us for a law that we passed, again, 212 to 143. So that is why we are here today.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking the question. I have two halves of it, and one thing I will point out, HB 649 was not signed into law. So we did pass it out of this committee and out of the House, but it did not pass through the Senate. It made it through HB 2, is how it became law. So the numbers are a little different. But that said, two specific things I wanted to raise about the way this amendment is constructed. One, are there concerns of should there be concerns around additional legal costs to the state for defending this lawsuit ongoing, with the expectation that by doing this we will effectively be neutering the existing law that we were instructed to put back into place? And secondly, is there a history and statute of this body explicitly calling out single vendors and naming them as not to be contracted with in the future in the way that this bill does?
Thank you for the question. My understanding is that before this hits executive session, it is going to be reviewed by legal and by the AG. So they'll rest that on a shelf over here pending decisions of legal people that are smarter than me on the subject. As far as whether or not the elected body has or even has the authority to not allow for contracts, my understanding is that contract bidding is through the Executive Council and the Governor's Office. So I believe that this is basically making a House statement that we do not, we are the body that appropriates funding, and we don't want our appropriated funding going to a business that's suing us for terminating the contract. So I don't know that that part would be legally binding because, again, the bidding process comes from the executive council. But I think that the position of the body is that as the appropriating mechanism, we don't want our money going to somebody who's going to sue us for legally ending the contract.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Guyson. So everything kind of hinges on the EPA granting or not granting New Hampshire being excused from running the environmental portion of the test, inspection test. Now, what if the EPA says, no, you shall continue and every car shall be inspected the way it has been? Whereas now this is allows people to opt out of it, even if the EPA says they cannot opt out of it.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Representative, and I'm glad you asked me that. So I believe that at the end of this process, New Hampshire is going to win this, and if not, there's going to be a subsequent lawsuit about the equal treatment of states under federal law, because the Clean Air Act and the rules writing interpretation specifically names certain states, and it's not even all of New Hampshire, it's 2 counties in New Hampshire that are largely aligned on the jet stream. And this is, again, through rules writing authority, not through legislation, is how they pin this out as an add-on to the legislation from the Clean Air Act. I believe that there's a very serious case to be made here on the 9th and on the 10th Amendment about equal treatment of states by the federal law under Supremacy Clause, and on whether or not, all rules from the federal government should be applied equally under all the states. So if this lawsuit were to fail even after appeal, I believe that the bigger policy lawsuit would be coming very shortly thereafter with regards to whether or not individual states get different criterion from the United States of America.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my reading of this this amendment, I don't see anywhere where it exempts people from doing anything with the inspection law. I mean, it just kind of changes some, contingent on it going through the process. Basically, just takes the the fine down to $1. It doesn't tell people not to get inspected. Is that the way you read it?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Representative. Yes, you can still go get an inspection the way this is written, whether it's because for your comfort, for your safety, for any reason at all, and for the emissions. This does not make the inspection elective. It would still be under law. It reduces the penalty.
Thank you.
Representative St. Clair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. You mentioned the termination of that contract with that company. Was there a clause in the contract that made it possible for the state to terminate that contract for any particular reason that comes up or came up?
Thank you, Mr. Representative. There was a clause that contract could be terminated at any time at 30 days notice, and my understanding is that they were given 90 days notice. If I was the CEO of that company, I would have said thank you for the multi-million dollars per year that you've given us for the past 14 years, and I would have walked away. Instead, they decided to be obtuse and sue because we terminated their contract. In that, their contract right now is legally terminated as of yesterday. I don't believe we're under any obligation to renew their contract specifically, even with this lawsuit. We can find another method to do EPA-validated inspections without employing Opus Inspections or Gordon Darby.
Follow up?
Yeah, go ahead, follow up.
Thank you. I just want to really, really be clear about this because of all the rumblings about how we're trying to screw this company. The initial contract they signed states in it that the state may terminate the contract for whatever the given reason is, with 30-day notice.
For any or no reason, yes. And the contract is to rent specifically the OBD2 diagnostic equipment at garages that's used for inspections.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative London.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. On the amendment and the verbiage specifically on the amendment, if you can help me understand, where it reads fatal accident or accident involving serious bodily injury, under no circumstances shall the lack of inspection be considered evidence or liability of fault, and that in the case of such an accident, proof of default mechanical situation regarding that vehicle would be difficult to prove with the caliber of such an accident. And then on top of that, the situation that this considers is that insurance companies cannot refuse New Hampshire drivers for lack of an inspected vehicle, which help me understand this, because to me, there's several things going on here that I just doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you for the question. So, in the past, with the inspection program, that was true. The lack of an inspection, current inspection, could not, on its own, be the reason to assign liability for equipment failure. You had to do a forensic investigation to prove the equipment failure. This just retains that. It says that your lack of a sticker does not automatically ipso facto mean that you can be prosecuted for criminal negligence, that they have to prove that you were driving a vehicle that failed and that was the reason for lethality or injury. And in the past, inspections were not a requirement to get insurance either. And this just ratifies that your insurance company cannot call you and ask you to show them a picture of the sticker on your car in order to insure your vehicle.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Representative Foot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. So my understanding, it's not a primary offense to be pulled over for this, but it doesn't prohibit the police from enforcing, obviously, unsafe vehicles should they see an obvious bumper missing, windshield cracked, mirrors missing, tires bald. So that is still going to be enforceable under their tutelage, correct?
Thank you for the question. Yes, that is correct, and there is a bill coming through the Senate right now that is also going to expand the definition of unsafe for police authority. But it was never the intent to allow people to drive blatantly unsafe vehicles. The police have always had the ability to pull somebody over for a visibly unsafe piece of equipment. I believe that the Senate bill coming through right now is supposed to reintroduce the fix-it ticket, which may have accidentally dropped off in this process. But yes, the underlying answer to your question is absolutely the police may, as a primary offense, pull anybody over for an unsafe equipment. They were always able to. You get pulled over for an out tail light, you get pulled over for, bad tires, you get pulled over for anything that they can see. And if they pull you over for any reason and they walk up and they see bands on your tires, they can immediately stop right there and say, hey, this is unsafe. By making it a secondary offense, this says that the police may not sit there and look for stickers and windshields as an excuse to pull you over. If they pull you over for going 2 miles over the speed limit, they can still cite you for the ticket for the inspection as a secondary offense.
Anybody else? I just have one general question. Would you agree that the whole intent of this is that we still do recognize the court's decision, but are just seeking a way to protect our citizens from what, because of the court decision just a few days before the law was to go into effect, to protect them from all the confusion that this has been creating?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree with that. I would absolutely agree with that. This is a way to try to catch one thing that the company filing the lawsuit did very well was they waited an appropriate amount of time to make sure that the decision would try to catch us in a time when we couldn't draft new legislation, which is why we're here with an amendment. It was actually a very smart move. And so the amendment is to try to buy us time to either get the EPA method or to buy time for the citizens to adjust to what the new normal is going to be.
Thank you. Representative Hamlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned that the contract with Gordon Darby has been canceled. What if they say, okay, fine, no more services, you're on your own, New Hampshire, we're not supporting you in the testing program?
Thank you for the question. I sincerely hope that they do. But with that said, the contract to find the services that had previously been provided by Gordon Darby would have to be sought out and bid by the Executive Council, which also makes this delay more important because as important or more important because it gives the Executive Council and the Governor's office time to find those services if we do have to maintain those services for the citizens of New Hampshire.
Again, let me ask the question. Do you see this as a delay? I don't see it as a delay personally. I see it as a protective measure due to the fact of the timing of this to the citizens of the state. Do you agree with that?
I do agree with that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So also in this, I don't see anything that prevents Gordon Darby from re-bidding that contract, correct?
I don't know that we have the authority to do that because contract bidding is Executive Council.
Yeah, I just thought I heard somebody say that, I don't know if it was in the questioning. I just thought I heard somebody say that, that they couldn't, but I don't think that that's what this says. Or that's what that's my understanding of it. Is that yours?
Thank you. Yeah, so page 2, line 8 does say that we shall terminate the existing contract, and as I said, I believe that that's advice from the legislative body because I don't know that we have the authority to do that. I think that's a position statement.
Quick follow up.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I don't see anything in that paragraph that says that Gordon Darby couldn't what do you call it?
That's correct.
Yeah, this isn't
That's correct.
preventing
They
them
could reapply.
from going for that contract after.
Yes,
They'll be part of the fair process. That's up to the Executive Council.
Correct.
Yep, thank you.
Representative Bayou.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Welcome to the committee.
That's my seat.
My question is, so if Gordon Darby's contract has been terminated already as of a couple days ago,
31 January.
How are we complying with the court order to continue the inspection program without their services, or have they continued to provide the services in the meantime, or will they continue until we can find a new contractor?
I cannot give you an honest answer to that question, Mr. Representative. I apologize.
When we're talking about it, I can get into that a little bit, but you were getting into the weeds and the depth of the court's decision. And again, keep in mind that there's another branch of government involved in this whole process that really isn't addressed by the court's decision, and that would be the Executive Council. Anybody else for our fine representative of the committee, Representative Gaius? And seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next up, Chair recognizes Representative Tom Mannion, who is in support of the bill. Looking for a couple of minutes. Help us out, please, sir. And welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tom Mannion. I'm representing Hillsborough 1 Pelham. I rise in support of this amendment. Last year, I did a lot of data collection with HB 649. There was no correlation between road fatalities and inspections. And I also discovered that the top 2 of the 3 most expensive insurance rate states, New York and Louisiana, have mandatory safety inspections. But with all that data, I still found the most compelling information to be from Brian Chase. He's overseen both the emissions and inspection programs while serving in his capacity as the assistant to the director of motor vehicles, and now investigates automotive crashes privately. In his testimony for 649, he stated in the thousands of cases he investigated over the decades, only 3 were solely attributable to component failure, and 2 of those had valid inspection stickers. I want to quote from one of the many email exchanges I've had with him over the last week about this federal court ruling with regards to our repeal. His anger is higher than mine. So he says, it appears that the language of the court order creates the perception that 1, the state of New Hampshire has a emissions testing system, and 2, that Gordon Darby is responsible for the emissions testings. Both perceptions are false. Gordon Darby merely provides a basic computer to inspection stations for vehicle inspections. This computer includes a cable to connect to the vehicle diagnostic link connector in the same manner that the scan tool that all repair facilities utilize. This communication reveals any diagnostic trouble codes related to the vehicle's emission system. If any DTCs exist, the vehicle fails. even though the condition most likely does not result in increased emissions. So I ask that you support this amendment. I think it's a great, as the chair mentioned, it's a great way to cover our constituents in the time while we wait for the courts to figure this out. It's a great stopgap measure, and I'm not going to be taking any questions in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next up, Chair recognizes in support of the bill, Lawrence Arts, representing himself. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Lawrence Arts. I'm from Nashua. I haven't really been prepared because this court decision happened, 3 days before this law was going to go into effect. But I can tell you a little bit of history about Gordon Darby. I was on the House Transportation Committee back in 2004 when the original Gordon Darby contract was established, and the Executive Council basically did that under the radar of the legislature, and we caught wind of it actually when they sealed the deal. They sealed the deal, and the legislature had no idea that Gordon Darby was already established in the contract, and they introduced the legislature had this Senate Bill 222 to fund it. And I remember when we execed on that bill, we were going back and forth for about an hour on that because I was really upset about the fact that they snuck this under the radar. We had no idea this whole empire was being built up. And so there was a lot of problems with the way the inspections were done. They were including motorcycles in with it. They were including all the pre-1996 vehicles and all that. And so we had to there were changes that were made after the 2004 session to address a lot of the faults. And they also established what was called a Vehicle Emissions Advisory Committee or Onboard Diagnostics Advisory Committee, so that there was a group of people that can have input on that whole subject. As far as the court decision that was presented, and they're focusing, the whole premise of that is the Clean Air Act. They're basically expanding their authority to include the safety inspection, which federally is not. The federal government has no jurisdiction on it. Back in 1976, I think it was President Ford got rid of the federal involvement with safety inspections. So, but they're painting this broad brush and including safety inspections in with the Clean Air Act, which actually the two don't have anything to do with each other. So I support this bill because yes, there are a lot of confusion on whether or not you have to get an inspection sticker, and the only people that would know what's happened, what's going on, are people that are in tune to it through social media or the news or whatever. But there's a lot of people that are just totally ignorant with this thing. They know that the inspections were ending January 31st, and they're just going to continue. They're just not going to get a sticker. And there's going to be a lot of cars out there, vehicles without valid stickers. And, I don't want the cops to be just spending all their time fining people left, right, and center. This has to get resolved. The legislature spoke last year, and what really upsets me is the judge legislating from the bench on this issue. That's pretty much all I have to say about that. We were basically blindsided on Wednesday when I heard about this 3 days before it was going into effect.
Thank you very much, sir. Would you take any questions?
I'll take questions,
If there
yeah.
are any. Are there any questions? Representative Pataro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. To your knowledge of this subject matter, are you aware when other states have done this before, did they seek an EPA approval or rewrite? And did they get such a thing?
I know that was it just a few years ago? Washington State got rid of their emission program. They have no emissions. They had an emissions program. They got rid of it. I don't know whether or not they had a change with their state implementation plan prior to that, but I know that Washington State got rid of their program. I think Michigan had a regional area, I believe, an emissions program, and they got rid of theirs. And there were a lot of states just modified theirs, then they exempted a lot more vehicles to like 20 years or 25 years. So those changes had been made over the years. Does that answer your question, or?
It does, actually. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Representative Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today, taking questions.
Yep.
To your knowledge, do you know if Gordon Darby retains ownership of the testing equipment and can reclaim it at any time they want?
Gordon Darby owns what's called the NHOST unit. NHOST stands for New Hampshire Onboard Diagnostic and Safety Test. So they own that computer. And they, I don't think they own all the peripherals with it. See, I had an inspection station for a while in Nashua, and we had to lease the equipment from Gordon Darby, and there was a monthly fee that had to be paid. The first, I don't know how many stickers that were done, first 10 stickers I think were free, and then every other sticker after that there was a charge that was added on. So money went to Gordon Darby, and I'm sure the rest, that the statutory amount went to the state. It increased costs for inspection stations substantially because prior to that, the state of New Hampshire exclusively ran vehicle inspections. They would buy inspection books of stickers from the Department of Safety. They go ahead and they fill them out, issue them out, and return the sticker stubs back to the state. And when Gordon Darby took over, it just increased the cost dramatically. I mean, at that time, this would have been in 2005 when all this started. Your typical inspection was like $15, maybe $20. Then it jumped up to $45 like immediately. And that is, I don't know what other states has an inspection fee, cost of inspection as high as New Hampshire has. Pennsylvania has a regional emissions program, so they have like 2 stickers on the window. But the rest of the state, I mean, there's inspection fees for safety is still around $15. I mean, they're structured very much the same way as New Hampshire, but they just have these regional population centers where they mandate the emissions, but they operate that like a separate thing from the safety inspection. But they do require that it passes emissions before the safety inspection can proceed.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
I have one person left to sign up. Signed up to speak. Craig Wright from the Department of Environmental Services, not taking a position on the bill. Looking for a couple of minutes. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pleasure to be here. Usually I'm before ST&E, so it's nice to meet all of you. As you mentioned, DES takes no position on the amendment. Just by way of background, I'm sure you folks all recognize this. The Department of Safety actually runs both the safety inspection program and the emissions program. The DES role is we're responsible as the Air Pollution Control Agency for the state implementation plan in New Hampshire. And certainly if you have questions on what a SIP is or a state implementation plan, I can certainly talk about that. Our role in terms of interconnecting with the Department of Safety on the emissions testing program is that we review the emissions data that is collected and the failure rates from the Gordon Darby equipment. That gets reported to both Department of Safety, Environmental Services. We review that data and we submit we submit biannual and annual reports to EPA on the results of that. Again, I could certainly answer technical questions about the SIP process, the role of EPA, the role of the state. I can also say that DES, the Air Division, my division, we did submit, as required under House Bill 2, all of the information to EPA in a timely manner. We had until December 24th, and we literally pushed send on December 24th. What we submitted was actually 2 documents to EPA. I can talk about them, but I don't know that you want to get into that level of detail, but I can certainly answer questions regarding the SIP process.
Actually, I don't think we want to at this point.
Okay.
Because we're actually starting to relitigate the passage of House Bill 2 again, and I don't think that's necessary. What
Okay.
would be helpful to everybody in the committee, though, could you forward a link to the new implementation plan for anybody that has not had a chance to review it?
I can certainly do that. It's 318 pages for your light reading on a
Yeah.
Saturday night.
Yeah, I've glanced. So again, I asked the committee too, if we have questions that are relative to the amendment we're looking at, great. But if, again, to get into relitigating the whole argument why we're doing this, I don't see as productive. So that being said, Representative Vayu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
Does this amendment change anything that's in the implementation plan that would make it look like we were trying to circumvent the court order to retain the program?
So we have not done a deep dive on the amendment. We would need to probably seek legal counsel and legal advice before I could answer that question.
And from what I understand, there's plenty of that going on right now. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Pitaro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And it's the same question I gave to the previous witness. From your perspective, is there a chance that the EPA would grant such an exemption to us? Is it something that's been done before?
So it has been done in other states. We're required to have the program under 2 separate sections of the Clean Air Act. That's why we had to submit 2 separate submittals to EPA to remove this from our state implementation plan. We've done a very thorough, comprehensive review. We think it's technically sound, and we are at the mercy of EPA at this point for approval.
Thank you so much.
You know, I don't know if you could do it or how challenging it would be. Is there a way that you could send to the committee so that it's available for all to see a Reader's Digest version of the changes in the SIP? In other words, we were told that if we get rid of the automobile emissions issue, things will have to be made up for in a different place. And so I don't know if there's a quick outline that you could provide to illustrate any major changes in that plan.
We could certainly put something together, I believe.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions from the committee, thank you very much. And having nobody else signed up to speak on this non-germane amendment, I'm going to close the public hearing. That's our hearings for the morning. We're into lunch now. We do have our executive session scheduled for 1. Just as a public announcement, looks like we will probably be a little late, but we will do our best to stay as on time as possible. So, see you in a bit. Okay, welcome, everybody. It is 1:04. We did have our executive session scheduled for 1 o'clock. Sorry, we're a couple of minutes late due to running behind on our public hearings this morning. Still running a little bit late. I'm just going to take a break. I'm going to open the executive session and then take a break from the executive session, and we will resume it at 1:30. Sorry for the inconvenience. It's been another great day. Actually, the Republicans, we are going to caucus in this room, so if I can ask members of the public to wait outside. I suspect the Democrats have already caucused this morning, or you're going to go find another room someplace? And then we will hook up, and then we will hook up between us later. Yeah. Okay. Brad. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the delay. We will get started by opening the executive session on House Bill 1415 FN, establishing a special veterans license plate and creates a fund and administrative programs from the proceeds of the sale of such plates. And the chair recognizes Representative Hamblin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion that we ought to pass HB 1415.
Motion's been made about to pass. Is there a second?
Yes.
Seconded by Representative Guyson. With an ought to pass motion, this bill is open for further amendment, and I happen to know of one. So I'll ask, I'll recognize Representative Hamlin for a motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to make a motion that we ought to pass the amendment 0314H.
Okay, Amendment 0314H has been moved. Is there a second?
So moved.
Okay, seconded by Representative Guyson. And did you care to speak to it, or would you like me to instead?
I'll let you speak to it. Thank you, though.
Okay, we held off on this amendment last week at the advice of the Department of Motor Vehicles. And it was dealing with the requiring the $60 fee to go back to the registration fees to cover the cost of plate production, which we all understood as being part of it. But it wasn't in the amendment, but then going after and looking at the original bill, that this amendment actually, according to line 7, is inserted after section 3 of the bill, which is the body of 1415. And the language that we were talking about, the $60 fee and going towards the creation of the plates is actually still in the bill. So I did not bother getting a second amendment because I didn't think we needed one. Although I think I'm hearing now we still might have a technical issue. And if you don't mind, if you can explain that one more time, because it doesn't refer to $8 anywhere that I don't see it. Yeah, please do. I got to make it official. Sure.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer O'Leary, and I'm the Registration Bureau Administrator for the Division of Motor Vehicles. If you look on page 6, lines 3 and 4, if you start at paragraph 1, there's established an authority, a separate fund to be known as the First for Veterans Administrative Fund, notwithstanding any provisions of law to the contrary, the Commissioner of the Department of Safety shall credit any revenue generated pursuant to RSA 261.75 through 261.97 into this fund. And when you look at those are the RSAs that talk about the $4 per plate.
Okay.
So that would be the piece that has to be struck.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that. So we can do one of two things. We have a technical change. The bulk of the theory is there. I do not like passing things that are incomplete, but this bill also has 2 more places to go. It may go to finance unless they decide to waive it because of the context, and to which case we could fix it in the Senate, or we could tell them not to waive it in finance. And I can get together with the chair of that committee, I believe it's finance, and make the correction there. Or the third one is we hold off and make the correction here. What say all of you? Yeah, sure, go ahead.
We got the motorcycle license plate. It's added to that, correct?
That is in the amendment. That's line 10, 10 and 11 of the amendment itself. A person who qualifies for special number plates pursuant to the section may be issued an additional plate for a motorcycle. So, you know what? I'm still going to stick to my guns. Damn it. We're going to fix it. So, one last time. 1415. So let me see if I'm doing this right. We got a motion on the floor of the amendment, but I don't think it matters when I put this into recess. We'll just take it up to where we were. No, because it's going to be
The amendment will
it's going to be a new
still.
amendment.
Yeah, we have to kill this amendment. We have to kill it and get back to just auto pass. If you want to put an
Yeah,
amendment
that would
on it.
make sense. So, that being said, with the understanding that I'm going to get one more amendment, this amendment disappears. So let's make it disappear. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can I withdraw my motion?
I withdraw my second. Yes.
If the second gets withdrawn, so can the motion.
So moved. I withdraw as well.
Okay. Well, then we don't have to do a vote for nothing. So fair enough.
Thank you.
So now I'm going to I will recess. Thank you for bringing that up. I'm going to recess the executive session on House Bill 1415 to a definite next Tuesday, February 10th, which is our deadline, our committee deadline for all the early bills, of which this is one. So sorry about this one again. I missed that one myself.
No.
We'll do 1421 next. Oh, I gotta do this too. God damn it. 1421. What's that? All right. Oh, my mic was on. Everybody's hearing me giggle. We're going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1421, modifying title exemptions for motor vehicles manufactured before the year 2000. Chair, actually, I have nobody signed up. Looking for a motion.
I have Guyson.
Oh, okay. Chair recognizes Representative Guyson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move to pass on House Bill 1421, modifying title exceptions, and I will have an amendment.
Okay. That's the wrong one.
Second.
On a second. Representative Guyson moves to pass. Miller.
That's still the wrong one. That's still the wrong. Here, I have many copies.
Oops.
This is the correct one.
445. Yes.
Okay, so the,
Correct is all
this
relative,
bill,
yes.
motion is ought to pass. It's open for further amendment of, well, you happen to know of another one. Chair recognizes Representative Miller for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move amendment 2026-0445H on Bill HB 1421 FN.
Okay, 0445H has been moved. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Guyson. Care to speak to your motion, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This amendment does two critical things to the underlying bill. One, it matches the prior language from the DMV from the before times when we previously had the running clock cycle of the expiration of the title requirement. And two, it adds in the language necessary to allow people to opt in to having a title, even if it's not required because their vehicle is older than the 20 years. And so this reflects the intent of our subcommittee work and meets the needs of the DMV in a way that hopefully will sail through the rest of the process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further discussion from the committee on the amendment? Seeing none. We'll save some time. We're not going to do a roll call. All those in favor of adopting Amendment 044H, raise your hands.
445.
445H. That would be unanimous. So our motion on the floor now is ought to pass as amended. This is a replace all amendment that we adopted, so I don't know if there's any further discussion. Any? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. The motion is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1421.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Foote,
Yes.
Representative Patero,
Yes.
Representative Coker,
Yes.
Representative Giason,
Yes.
Representative Hamlin,
Yes.
Representative Vayu,
Yes.
Representative Miller,
No.
Representative Sykes,
No.
Representative Sinclair,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
No.
Representative Johnson,
No.
Representative Palondon,
No.
and Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
10-5.
All right, our recommendation about to pass is amended 10-5. I guess regular calendar it will be. I'll close the executive session on House Bill 1421. Minority report, are you doing one?
Yeah. It will be short, but I don't expect a floor fight.
Okay.
I started to say I had something to say and he moved on and I let it go. I still think that titles are important and valuable resources the state provides. It's fine. Mostly for the valuable anything. Top buttons. Up there. Right, or get off. What's the other one do? It's not have two sides to it.
Is that you that's doing the minority?
Miller.
Miller?
Yeah.
Miller, yeah. Thank you.
And who's doing the majority? I don't care. We'll figure that out after. Okay, this is when it gets really amusing. I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1466 FN relative to obtaining a certificate of title for where was I? We're going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1466 relative to obtaining a certificate of title for certain trailers. Chair recognizes Representative Coker for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion ought to pass.
To pass has been moved. Is there a second? Seconded by Hamblin. This is open for further amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Coker once again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to put forward Amendment 2026-0382H.
Amendment 0382H has been moved. Is there a second? Hamblin again. Care to speak to your motion, sir?
Sure. So basically all this amendment does is it makes it so that basically trailers with a gross weight of less than 3,000 pounds don't need a title, which is already in there. And this makes it so any boat trailer over 3,001 pound also do not need a title. Reasoning for this is boat trailers over 10 years old their value is pretty minimal, and their use, I mean, they're designed for a certain type of boat, and it's a pretty unique use. So the threat of theft is going to be pretty low. We also added in the paragraph that if you want to get a title, you can get a title for it. So that's it. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? I'll ask.
Right, Representative Vayu.
Representative Vayu.
I don't really have any questions. I just want to say that this was something that came out of our subcommittee and it was well thought out. It had input from the DMV and was and from the Marine Trades Association. This is a very good bill with a limited scope, so I think I will definitely support it, and I encourage the caucus to support it as well.
I do appreciate that. Anybody else on the amendment? I find it somewhat amusing. Here we are looking for consistency ourselves by holding off on these things, seeking further amendments, trying to get all the statutes to at least describe the same thing the same way. I don't know if we have a problem. We just adopted 1421 that says older than 20 years, which was to avoid any confusion from the word currently, and I agree with that. But now we have the one for the trailers that says is over 10 years old. Older than, over 10, I don't know. I don't think it matters much. I just figured I'd throw that out there to you. As much as we tried, we're still not consistent.
We really did try. We went 3 rounds on getting these amendments through. We all proofread them. We thought they all said the same thing, and we still managed to not get there. Sorry.
No, it's no-
I
it's-
mean, sorry to like the world. Not. We tried.
I don't
Is
see
the
the-
DMV concerned about the inconsistent language? We got a lot of shaking heads back there. DMV thinks it's okay. We're go.
Well, gee, thank you for that, Representative Miller. I agree. The word currently was a little confusing. This is not, I don't believe. Anybody else from the committee on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting Amendment 0382H, raise your hands. And once again, unanimous. Motion on the floor is ought to pass as amended. This is once again a replace. It's not a replace all, but it is the bulk of the bill. Any other discussion on ought to pass as amended? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd?
Yes.
Representative Foote?
Yes.
Representative Patera?
Yes.
Representative Coker?
Yes.
Representative Giason?
Yes.
Representative Hamlin?
Yes.
Representative Vayu?
Yes.
Representative Miller?
Yes.
Representative Sykes?
Yes.
Representative Sinclair?
Yes.
Representative Fox?
Yes.
Representative Johnson?
Yes.
Representative Plamondon?
Yes.
And Chairman Walsh?
Yes.
15-0.
Consent.
What was the fiscal note on these? I don't think they weren't giant, were they? Yeah, we.
That- Well,
You know, well, we're going to. Yeah, well, we actually, we had at least one or two that we put on consent that had fiscal notes as well, and they left them there. So maybe they passed the threshold or changed the threshold for when it can stay on consent. Put it this way, we adopted it 15-0. Our wish is consent. If they don't want it there, they'll take it off. So, who moved consent?
Miller.
Miller. With no objection to consent, there it goes. I'll close the executive session on House Bill 1466. I would like to thank everybody that participated on the subcommittees. It was pretty helpful. That includes everybody from DMV. Painful as it was, I think we got a good product done. Okay, I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1482, authorizing the Department of Motor Vehicles to adopt seasonal tourist-themed license plates. Is there a motion? Representative Pataro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1482.
Representative Pataro moves inexpedient to legislate. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Giason. Care to speak to your motion, sir?
No, thank you.
Does anybody? Representative Giason, give it a shot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just think it's too ambitious to divide the colors of all the license plates while divesting in the Old Man of the Mountain, while also divesting in the state motto. And there was one consideration I had from my town clerk was management of 4 different license plates in volume. where storage is already an issue in some of the smaller towns in terms of having the license plates available. So this was a replace all for license plates, not a funding mechanism, didn't support any direct cause or anything like that, and I thought it was a bridge too far to put all of our chips in.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative St. Clair.
Thank you. I kind of like the idea of giving us choices, different plates, more colorful plates, or not. I don't think that taking off the Old Man on the Mountain is one of the great choices. But again, I think there's room for thought about this in the future. So I encourage whoever that may be is that they rethink this bill maybe and make it easier to manage and keep that idea alive. That's all. Thank you.
Anybody else? Representative Pataro.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute. You said no. You changed your mind.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to contribute at this point to my ITL motion. But yeah, when we heard the bill, it did immediately raise flags as being a Granite Stater, how this would effectively totally eliminate the Old Man of the Mountain from our license plate. So not in favor of that by any means. Also would like to add that I drive around a lot on the weekends, and other states such as New York, for example, they have all sorts of themed driver's license plates. And me, who doesn't have a personal stake in identifying any of these vehicles or anything, I have no idea who they are or what it means or what the meaning of them is. So there is, as my colleague said, room for discussion to be open on this subject and our approach to these things. But in the case of this bill, I agree with my other colleague from Goffstown that it is too ambitious. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Representative Ayu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just think this bill is well intended and it's a good idea. I like the idea of having multiple plates, but until we've had a lot of plates come up already this year, and I think adding these additional it's a little bit too much right now. And I'd like to save this for a time when the DMV has fully implemented their new plate printing system, where this can be handled maybe a little less expense and hassle. Thanks.
Anybody else? I'll just quickly, I agree. Being one of the ones that was around back in the day when we had to say no to everybody looking for their custom plates, that's when we came up with the decal plates. We put the restriction on the decal plates for 501c3s, charities, et cetera, legitimate causes, and to try to limit them, and we were successful. I'm starting to become wary. I know we needed a new plate manufacturing system. We don't even have it yet. Last I knew, it was still under RFP, and we're already seeing this surge of these license plates. I just think it's too much, too fast. I'd like to let this settle for a little bit and see how we're going to go with it. That, and I'm not really ready to give up on the Old Man of the Mountain yet. We still recognize John Stark, and he's been gone a long time too. So, with that being said, with nobody else, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. The motion is inexpedient to legislate.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd?
Yes.
Representative Foote?
Yes.
Representative Pataro?
Yes.
Representative Coker?
Reluctantly, yes.
Representative Giason?
Yes.
Representative Hamlin?
Yes.
Representative Ayo?
Yes.
Representative Miller?
Yes.
Representative Sykes?
Yes.
Representative Sinclair?
Yes.
Representative Fox?
Yes.
Representative Johnson?
Yes.
Representative London?
Yes.
And Chairman Walsh?
Yes.
15-0.
Our recommendations adopted 15-0. Is there a motion for consent? Yes. I saw Pataro first. With no objection to consent, that's where it's going to go. Close the executive session on House Bill 1482.
much of it as we can get.
Right, so what I want to do now is we just open it up for discussion. We'll make the motions, have the discussion, agree to disagree on what we want for further amendment, then I'll recess.
Wait,
No, we'll look at the amendment we've got and see if we want to expand it.
so Mr. Chairman, I understand you're talking about 1492. My only concern is that the prime sponsor left because it was understanding that we weren't going to take this bill up today.
Well, I don't plan on voting on it. I was going to open up the executive session so we could discuss it and decide whether we want further amendment than what's being proposed. Is that objectionable?
No, as long as we just discuss it.
Well, again, we could continue to do it ad hoc, but I mean, we're here. It's on the list. I figured we'd bring it up. Yep. That being said, we'll go into 1492 next, and if you're all set with that, I'll open up the executive session on House Bill 1492, regular to the regulation and appeal of motor vehicle towing from public highways. I have nobody signed up to make a motion, but for conversation's sake, we need a motion on the floor to even begin a discussion on it. Is there a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move ought to pass on 1492.
Okay. Representative Miller moves out to pass. Is there a second? Okay. Just for the public's knowledge, we've been talking about this, and we do have a draft amendment. So knowing that, open to further amendment. Let's recognize, well, do I have a motion for the amendment? Yep, go ahead.
Question for the chair. Do we want to discuss, do we have to have the amendment moved before we start discussing it because we think there's going to be a second amendment, which would require killing the First Amendment because we can only have one on a committee
Yeah,
bill?
we still have to move it to talk about it, which is the only reason I'm doing it.
Okay. Then I will happily move that amendment as soon as I can find it somewhere. Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I move Amendment 2026-0407H on HB 1492.
I'll second.
That was 4078?
407, yeah.
Okay, so Representative Miller moves Amendment 407H and Representative Guyson seconds it. Care to speak to your motion, sir?
I would, and then I would yield to my colleague across the table there, who I'm sure has some additional thoughts. When we've been discussing this over the past few weeks, I think three critical topics came up in terms of giving consumers additional rights to their vehicle and, quite frankly, their livelihood in many ways. And some of those were the ability to appeal and not just knowing that it exists, or not just having the ability to appeal, but being informed that it exists. And one of the pieces of this amendment is that the invoice, when they receive it, telling them how much they owe, will clearly state that there is a process for the appeal and that they have the right to do so. It also extends the period that they have the opportunity to make that appeal to 30 days from receipt of the invoice, which, again, significant increase, doubling the existing 15 days and making it more reasonable for them to get there. And finally, although I have some challenges with the language, I understand the intent, and everybody else who's read it seems to disagree with me on the language, so I'll take that loss because it's a win in the end, that a person whose vehicle is impounded need not put up the cash first in order to file the appeal. As the law currently exists, your car is in an incident, is crashed, whatever, it's towed somewhere. You can't appeal it until you pay the bill. And the whole point of appealing it is often that you don't have the money to pay the bill, to pay the bill, and you think it's too high. And so by allowing that appeal to happen while the vehicle's still impounded, it's a better opportunity. It's a consumer protection situation, and is something, that is, I think, a strong and important change to the existing law. So those three things were very important, and I think we got them here. There are other changes to the towing situation. Some of them were covered in HB 414, which is currently tabled in the House. Some of them we've discussed in here, and we can debate if we need to add those, but I think we've made good progress here.
I'll just say this, I agree with what's in this amendment based on everything that we've talked about. I know this was a culmination of work with Bob Scully from New Hampshire New Hampshire Transport. And I believe DMV was involved in this too. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I know this conversation's been going around. I believe the Towing Association was involved in this as well. And while they may not be completely on board, they kind of get it. So again, I'm okay with what's in this amendment, but as Representative Miller just said, we've also had other conversations. Is there anything else that people would like to do while we have this bill? I'll mention one. When we were going through this process, you might have seen an email from, I think, is it Lieutenant Amatucci? Captain Amatucci. The question was asked if we could see the actual price schedule between the towing companies as contractors and the Department of Safety. And he said, sure, no problem. And then we got an email a couple hours later that said, RSA 106 said that the information is confidential unless the Department of Safety needs that information for hearing to determine fairness of fees. I did talk with our counsel and asked him if there was any particular reason that had to be confidential, any other outlying reason that I wouldn't know of. And he told me he has no idea why it was put in that way, sees no reason why it could not be changed. So there's an option for you too, if we would like to see a little more transparency in the agreements that we have between some of these companies, if we wanted to make change to RSA 106 and make those fees and those schedules open to the public. One option. What say you? Representative View.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I absolutely support the idea behind a standardized price schedule, because right now I believe what the Department of Safety receives is kind of an ad hoc, whatever the service decides is their price schedule, they would hand it over. I'd like to see some kind of a standardized process where we're comparing apples to apples. If it's not a bridge too far, I'd like to reconsider the license suspension aspect of this, because I'm still not comfortable with suspending licenses for private debt.
I don't know if we can ever get standardized towing schedules, only because there's so many different types of records and businesses they provide. You know, you're not going to get the same rate from a six-wheeler or 1 ton versus a multi, meant for semis. So, but at least if they're transparent, I mean, at least they're open to the public. That would be the angle I think we should go for.
And if there is a way to standardize them, maybe for just regular passenger vehicles, when does the billing start? That kind of thing would be good to know.
I've got a hunch that if they were open to the public, the standardization would probably start to happen all by itself. Representative Geisen.
So I agree with wanting to use this as a method to not withdraw licenses for tow truck debt. And I agree with what you had stated earlier as well. I do think that even though it can't be standardized, as the only branch that appropriates funding, there should not be a contract that we are committing funding to that we are not purview to as the body. So those 3 things I would love to see in this amendment.
Anybody else on that idea itself? Representative Pataro.
Mr. Chair, did we, as the committee, get the price schedule?
According to statute, it's confidential unless the Department of Safety requires it for a hearing to determine a challenge to the fee.
Huh.
So
fascinating.
even we can't see it. And then theoretically, according to the way it's written, they can't see it either unless they need it. It's just a very bizarre thing. I've never seen it before.
Yeah, that is. Thank you.
Representative Sykes?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, as you probably noticed, my name is on that amendment because I tried to, those 3 changes that Representative Miller spoke to quite eloquently, thank you, were things that I thought were very, very important. I'm pleased to, I think I see that we have general support for those 3 amendments moving forward. I generally not really keen about last minute amendments because they can be problematic because, you know, we're rushing to get it done right. In this instance, though, the two things that have come up for topic of discussion, they may in fact be important enough to do just that, because I think that they're important enough for this committee to throw its full weight behind in order to try and achieve those purposes. And so, you know, I guess what I'm saying is for the greater goal, I'm willing to, you know, suggest that I not present my amendment in order to do further work on it.
Before you go there, again, we're still talking about this committee amendment potentially. There might be another way to do this. So based on, it sounds to me like most people are looking at that transparency issue thinking it's pretty important. So let's talk about the last thing that's been brought up, because I have to be honest, I've been reluctant for a long time. I think enforcement needs tools, but in this whole conversation, I'm starting to reconsider my position on whether or not we should have license suspension as a punishment for the failure to pay some of these fees. I'm not there 100% yet, but I'm as close as I've ever been. I don't know what the thought process is with most of you, but I have a suggestion on how to do this. If we just withdraw this amendment for today.
It has.
Yeah,
I've
we
moved it and Henry seconded it. That's the
Yeah.
only way I was allowed to talk about it.
For discussion. So, but what we could do is leave this one alone, just the way it is, based on all the work that's been done to it, and certainly three things we're clearly okay with. And if somebody would like to draft up another amendment with the other two issues that we're talking about, we could always approach both of them individually next Tuesday when we finally vote on this. If we adopt them both, not a problem. We just go back to OLS and they marry them as a committee amendment, but we could still leave them separate in case there was some disagreement on one of them.
So thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that if a further amendment is prepared, it's really important that it mesh,
Yeah, this is a replace all, so a
Correct.
further amendment would have to be to
include
amend.
all of this.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
we would it would be complex, and we'd have to work with
whoever's
OLS.
doing the work. I just want to make sure that the two mesh, because if we choose not to do this the second half, fair enough.
Yeah, I don't see that as a huge lift, so long as it's explained carefully to OLS. This being a replace all, we would leave this as one option, and the other option would be this plus those other two items. Okay. Anybody else on this approach? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like the approach, and I like that flexibility for us to decide what's going on. The only thing I would say is, at the risk of, making too pretty a Christmas tree out of this, a third thing to consider still is the who and where factor, which is if your vehicle is on the side of the road and it is not an emergency, currently the officer who shows up says you're going with whoever's on our tow list, you don't have the opportunity to call your own provider. That is something that we tried to address in 414. And similarly, can you instruct that it be taken to your preferred vendor or your home rather than to their impound lot along the way, and making sure that consumers have that protection. That is another thing that I just want to float out there. I'm not married to all of that, but from a consumer protection perspective, I think that those options are important to consider. Thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate that because I think I'm one of the ones that brought it up when we were doing the other bill. The more I think about it, though, it could be problematic in some cases, timing-wise. My Uncle Joe's towing company, he's not going to charge me a nickel, but he's 2 hours away. I just don't know some of the unintended situations we'd have if we were to give everybody that discretion. You follow me? So how we
Yeah,
word that would be difficult. I think.
I do, and I think that was one of the challenges that it's sitting in 414 right now. We sort of had language that said if it's not an emergency, and I don't remember the exact language. We can try to pull it up, but I think it was the closest we've been. But I'm willing to accept, good for the sake of perfect, and quite frankly, very good for the sake of perfect and get very close to where we want to be. I just thought I'd float that as a topic.
Yeah, and I don't disagree. I'm trying to find a way to word it. That's a tough one. Representative Geisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know that we definitely need to tackle the first half of that right now, because in talking with the state troopers, they've said that, you know, if it is blocking a causeway and they need to move it immediately, then even under those circumstances, if you call, you know, AAA Geico or your private carrier, if they can be there first, or if they can be there within a reasonable time frame, that you communicate to the police that they'll cover you. But it's about opening up the roadway for safety under those circumstances. So I don't know that we really need to go down that rabbit hole too far. Now, the other side of what you were talking about, where does it get towed to? I agree that that's something that can be problematic. But as far as who tows it, we don't have a private road the way the Massachusetts Pike is private, and they just have you and they're going to take you. We don't have any of that in New Hampshire. So if you can get a hold of somebody who can be there in time, the police aren't going to hold you to impound you just for the sake of doing it.
Granted, if we can find the words that make it work, what's the definition of in time? You know, because even something on the side of the road may not be in an emergency situation. The longer something is on the side of the road, the longer it becomes an obstacle. So it's just, if anybody wants to take a shot at it, by all means, but I just think it's going to be a very difficult one to define. That being said, I see Representative Sykes and I know Representative Miller were very active in this creation. Are you willing to take on a separate amendment for the other two?
Absolutely.
Okay. So that being said, just to simplify our clerk's work and our work, if we could ask the motion and the second to withdraw from this proceeding, we'll leave the motion on the floor for when we resume this as an ought to pass.
If I think it was
Okay.
Henry.
Yeah, right.
I just want to clarify, if our goal is to have this amendment and then a different rider amendment on top of it, do we actually need to withdraw it? Because we're going to use it anyways, as is.
It'd be cleaner.
It depends on what they do. They may give you one that includes both as opposed to just one. For our
That's
simplicity.
fair. I'm happy to withdraw it. I just
For simplicity, we can
I
always.
wasted more time asking the logistics instead of
No,
just
it makes sense.
renominating it, resubmitting it next time. It's
Well,
withdrawn.
this is not stuff we do every day.
Right.
Second.
You mean on second?
Withdraw second. It could,
Right.
That's where
Yeah,
I was
I
going.
spent more time asking about the policy instead of just doing it and fixing it later.
The whole purpose is to get us to a
Sorry.
clean, the whole purpose is to get us to a clean ought to pass when we resume the executive session. I'm telling you, where is it? But, so the second's been withdrawn and so is the motion. We are now back to a motion of ought to pass on the floor when we resume this executive session on again, Tuesday, February 10th. So I will recess this executive session till then. Thank you very much for a good discussion. I'll open up the executive session on House Bill 1594 FN, establishing a weight-based tiered registration fee for electric and plug-in hybrids. Chair recognizes Representative Miller for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ought to pass on HB 1594 FN, and when appropriate, would like to add an amendment.
Yeah, ought to pass has been moved. Coker moves second. The chair, this ought to pass is open for further amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Miller for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move amendment 2026-0322H for HB 1594.
Amendment 322H has been moved. Is there a second? Second by Representative Coker again. Care to speak to your motion, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment cleans up the language of the bill and changes the weight numbers to match what the DMV already has in its database, significantly reducing the implementation impact and making them happy. And everything we do is about making the DMV happy. So I hope we will all support this.
Sorry about that. Anybody else to the amendment? I just do have one question. I told you I was leaning towards supporting this, and I still am, but I just have a question. Because I wasn't aware of this change. I'm just looking at the original bill, and battery electric vehicles, you've reduced 1 to 1,000 pounds for a 0 fee. What would those vehicles include?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So if you look at the original bill, line 13 has electric moped or excuse me, lines 12 and 13, neighborhood electric vehicle, electric moped, or low-speed scooter. Any weight was $0. The idea behind this bill was that these lightest vehicles that would not have been consuming the same amount of fuel and paying the fuel tax would pay a lower burden equivalent to what their that tax would have been. And so because it was classified by weight and we changed the way the weights were listed from unladen weight to GVWR for the DMV, that was the easiest way to identify and classify those vehicles and also make it so that we didn't have to constantly change what types of vehicles were there and have people making judgment calls on what they were versus it weighs a certain amount or has a GVWR of a certain amount. It's the small vehicle. It's what it meets what the original goal of this was. Does that make sense? Gross vehicle weight rating, which is the capacity of the vehicle and its weight combined.
Well, I understood the
Yeah.
goal to making this fair all the way around based on the weight of the
Right.
size of your vehicle. I get that. But you took a class and brought it from 25 to 0.
I don't believe we did. The 1,000 to the numbers all changed.
Yeah, I see.
So the 1,000 to 3,000, I believe, will cover most of the vehicles that would have been in the $25 category before. That was the change we made because we switched to GVWR instead of unladen weight.
So would a golf cart be considered a battery electric vehicle under this?
And if registered with the DMV, a golf cart, and we have to ask, I'm going to get in so much trouble on this one. We have to ask the DMV perhaps to clarify, but certainly a neighborhood electric vehicle would be considered, and those have a max GVWR typically of 3,000 pounds, which is one of the reasons that threshold was used. But if it is registered, then yes, it would be considered a battery electric vehicle.
Because I was fine.
I'm
and-
getting
'cause
nods.
I heard all the stories too last year of people getting charged the $100 for the full electric charge.
Right.
EV charge, but in fact was a golf cart.
Right.
Or
And
battery or a neighborhood electric. And those people weren't asking for a 0 fee, they were just asking for a fair fee.
And I believe that this 1,000 to 3,000 will accommodate that. Those vehicles will almost certainly be in the 1,000 to
You think
3,000
so?
range.
Yeah.
Based on GVWR, if they're designed to handle a couple people, you use a 200 to 250 pounds per person plus the weight of the battery. And NEVs as defined by, not sure that they're defined, but the general consensus at the federal level is up to 3,000 pound GVWR in my research.
No, fair enough, and you've done plenty of it. I'm just looking at this, and
Yeah.
I don't mind zeros to charge anybody anything. But if we're gonna do that, let's charge them all 0.
I believe in user fees.
Where have I heard that before? Remember, a bill is only a conversation until we vote the final product.
Best job I ever.
You're gonna miss us, George. Any other thoughts from the committee? No. Seeing none. I'll ask the clerk.
Are we doing the?
Oh, no,
This is
that's
amendment
right.
still.
We're doing the amendment right now. So the motion is to the adoption of Amendment 0322H. All those in favor, raise your hands. All those, that would be unanimous. Motion on the floor is ought to pass as amended. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd?
Yes.
Representative Foot?
Yes.
Representative Patero?
No.
Representative Coker?
Yes.
Representative Giason?
Yes.
Was that a yes? I'm sorry. Representative Hamlin?
Yes.
Representative Vayu?
Yes.
Representative Miller?
Yes.
Representative Sykes?
Yes.
Representative Sinclair?
Yes.
Representative Fox?
Yes.
Representative Vayu? Whoops, sorry, we did that. Representative Johnson?
Yes.
Representative Plamondon?
Yes.
And Chairman Walsh.
Sure.
14-1.
Our recommendation of ought to pass is amended, is adopted 14-1. Any
Consent.
objection to consent, Representative Pataro?
No objection.
Consent it'll be. I'll close the executive session on House Bill 1594.
Yay.
Okay, what time we got? 40:41. Tell you what,
Oh,
let's do a couple of quickies.
Tom.
1551. TL without malice. Yeah.
1551.
Try to get the cameras on.
1551. Is that an FN?
Yes, 1551. We heard it today.
Permanent registrations.
Yep.
What's that?
Yep. I am.
Okay, we're in pretty good shape. We have down to, I think, just 2 or 3 early bills that we will take care of next Tuesday. But that still doesn't mean we can't, we can let up on the gas. And yes, that is a transportation metaphor. So one of the bills we heard today, I think we all in agreement on, and it was even suggested by the prime sponsor. I'll open up the executive session on House Bill 1551 FN relative to permanent vehicle registrations. Do I have a motion? Representative Pataro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move in expedient to legislate on House Bill 1551 FN.
An expedient to legislate has been adopted. Is there a second? Represented by Representative Hamlin. Care to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along your comments, even the prime sponsor said it's not ready for prime time. I agree. And we need the stakeholders concerned with this who brought this forward to do a little more of the legwork in preparing a better, more well thought out solution for this committee.
Anybody else? Representative Giason?
Yeah, so I co-sponsored this because I thought this is an important conversation to have. And when I started digging into the bill, I realized that there were some massive holes in it that would need to be plugged. With that said, I do plan on doing a lot more research on this. I do believe that this state is losing a lot of money to Montana and to Maine, and that this is a method to bring out-of-state income and a method to make our transactions with our town clerks in the states easier. So there's research to be done. I'm going to begrudgingly agree with the ITL just because there's a lot of work here.
Yeah, and it's not that anybody didn't do any work on this effort. This has been a conversation for at least 10 years. There's a lot more to it than meets the eye. So rather than try to interim study it or try to do any of that stuff, just the knowledge of how much more work it needs is good enough to move forward with an ITL. So anybody else on the, from the committee? Representative Vayu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to reiterate what Representative Giason said, and I absolutely appreciate the discussion that we've had on this and learning about what's going on in Montana and Maine and with the registrations, and it's definitely worth the effort to try to correct whatever issues are found there.
Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. The motion is inexpedient to legislate.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd?
Yes.
Representative Foot?
Yes.
Representative Pataro?
Yes.
Representative Coker?
Yes.
Representative Giason?
Yes.
Representative Hamlin?
Yes.
Representative Vayu?
Yes.
Representative Fox?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Representative Miller?
Yes.
Representative Sykes?
Yes.
This is Representative Sinclair?
Yes.
Representative Johnson?
Yes.
Representative Palmondon? Yes. Chairman
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
15-0.
A recommendation of ITL is adopted 16-0. Do I have a motion for consent?
15-0 and consent.
15, sorry. Our Representative Evelyn moves consent without objection. Consent that is. I'll close the executive session on House Bill 1551. That's it for today.
You know, I asked them twice.
Hold on one second. If I can get my reports, everybody, before you go, would be greatly appreciated.
Anybody need copies?
We have copies of, and can you hang tight for 2 minutes?
I'll grab 2 copies, Carl.